Hello and welcome everyone, my name is Alexander, also known as Xanderievits, and today I will continue on my ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with ultimate included. So, I am playing as a Death Knight, physical/internal trauma, combination between soldier and necromancer, and today my plan is pretty simple. I will continue on with the main quest line as well as secondary quest line, but I did name this part Proceeding with Caution, lacking high overcapping resistances due to the fact that should I feel that I in need of farming ingredients for high level components such as Spell Scorched Plating or Block Leather, or later on Tainted Heart or Ethereal something, not Ethereal, the improved version of a Soul Shard, then I will, instead of focusing on this ultimate difficulty, well, if possible, I will farm them on ultimate difficulty. If not, I'll switch to elite just to farm up those components, because I am lacking in some ingredients, specifically talking about the ether shards as well as cloning seal of bindings. So currently I am at the quest of Forgotten Evil and Sacred Ashes. So let's teleport here. By the way, if you want to check out my other parts of this playthrough, you can do this on my Twitch channel, on Video on Demand, or on my YouTube channel. All the links are on the description. Also, if you want to check a more beginner-friendly tips and tricks video that I have made, I'm talking about edited style and whatnot, you can do this. In the video I have labeled, elaborated and named certain deadliest attacks of the bosses, as well as what types of components you can use on certain stages of the game, what you can neglect, what you on vice versa need to have as fast as possible. So feel free to do it later on at your own leisure, should you wish to learn an extra thing or two about this game. I already see yet another elite down there. So let's head there and kill him. Never mind. 2 more boars roaming around this area. And I believe on this right turn there will be an elite. Yep. So since I am proceeding with caution, I will be on the lookout for dangerous attacks and mobs and whatnot, so perhaps once again the progress will slow down, but I do not think it will stop. This I cannot restore yet. Nope, I need to have spirit. A lot of elites around this area. Yep. Even though they are connected with Beast faction, sadly, I believe you only can encounter Chupacabra in Ashes of Pelmont DLC. I have already fought Nemesis faction boss in the Ashes of Pelmont DLC, but that was on Elite. I have fought the Ethereal Vanguard Nemesis boss, which is Archmage Alexander. I believe I killed him 4 times while I was farming for Creek set. But I do not want to show off like, whoa, I have killed Archmage on Elite 4 times, so what a big deal. No, I just want to share what happened, so without any of the pretensions that I am in some way, shape or form trying to emphasize that this boss is not that hard. No, there are some people for whom this boss is actually very difficult. It's just that at that point in time, against my character, which is Physical Death Knight, he wasn't that big of a threat when compared to Chupacabra. I also am wondering the changes of the difficulty lowers or higher your drop rate of your components. Because when it comes to legendary items, believe it or not, when you are playing on higher difficulties, legendary drop rate, from my experience and what I saw, legendary drop rate has been increased significantly when it comes to from normal to elite. And from elite to ultimate difficulty. Well, I am fighting against cultists and Chthonic guys, so that's a plus for me, because if you look at my friendly factions screen, the only friendly faction that hasn't reached revere status is Barrowholm. And with them you are forced to kill those Chthonian guys. As well as cultists, and doing their bounty quest stuff. And judging by the looks of it, this place is actually good if you want to farm your Chthonic Seal of Binding, so... or at least it's one of those places. And once again, this is a representative of a world drop. What is a world drop, you might ask? Let me explain to you if you don't understand it. What does this mean exactly? So certain items have on their description at the bottom, if you look at certain websites like grimtools.com, there is mentioning of a place or an enemy from which it can drop. if a certain item does not have on it a place from which it can drop, that means that this item has a world drop effect, meaning that it can drop from anything and everyone, from everything and everyone, like this regular chest, or regular monsters, or exalted stash, or those jars like you just saw in the previous room. So keep this in mind if you are looking for specific items and you do not find from what exact location they are dropping. If you take, like, I'll show you with my gear also what I mean. I need to be careful around those guys. So, my gear. Out of all of those items, my pants, Mythical Sources of Barbaros, have a world drop effect on it. They can drop anywhere. Same goes with this belt. Same goes with this ring. I actually acquired this ring. I can show you exact location. At the village of Darkvale, I have destroyed a wall, and there I clicked on a hidden stash, and from there this ring had dropped. Not because it was a hidden stash, but just because I got lucky there. You can increase your chances of finding those items down the line. I mean, how exactly? By increasing overall drop rate of an items that you are finding, such as opening those exalted stashes, treasure troves, killing certain bosses, opening their chests, so on and so forth. Alright, an elite. Corpse Lick. What a name. Well, for a ghoul, perhaps it's a proper name. I do need to be careful because in this room there is a boss. So, well, not in this one, in the next room. Can I? Alright, my skeletons are... Well, that's bad. All of those ghouls are running right now to me. I need to avoid his stones. Never mind, he didn't even have the ability to use it. The opportunity, I mean, not the ability. So I got a lot of tonic seals of binding from this place. That's good. I still do not understand, like, I have played throughout all the 3 difficulties, yet I still consider myself a beginner, but the thing I want to understand, well, I can look it up, is just what are those orange numbers on monsters? I assume that yellow numbers are your crits, but what about orange numbers? Are they showing you your quote-unquote double damage or what? From crit? Because I believe in, or could be wrong again, like in Diablo 2 you can, there is a thing called over crit effect. Or once again I am confusing a bit, but you can basically see if you are dealing double damage with a critical attack. Perhaps same thing happens here, when it shows to you your orange color numbers instead of a yellow color. Alright, activated another waypoint. Let's go straight for unactivated altar. Once again, it's your opportunity to pick up some of those items, either for gold or for a chance to get a better one. Alright, he just got healed, so I need to kill the Witch Doctor first. Oh, and one more important thing that happened on previous stream. I have completed the... Alright, I do need Ember. The Hidden Pet quest line, I have got an extra skill point from it. And the thing that was interesting for me when it comes to difficulty and in comparison with the elite Sentinel, which is a boss that you eventually have to fight at the end of this temple. When it comes to ultimate difficulty, his encounter is different from elite. How exactly, you might ask? Well, he summoned throughout the whole fight some form of help from monsters. I mean, from some form of monsters. He usually summons eldritch monsters, but that's not the case. I mean, that's not a point. On elite difficulty, he only, I believe, used this twice, if memory serves me right. I have to rewatch my previous videos and check whether I'm telling right or wrong thing, but when it comes to ultimate difficulty, he did this thing throughout the whole fight. Nope, 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 please. This is what I'm telling you guys, look out for internal trauma. And I'm still getting hit by it, so as you just saw, my ghoul procced, yet not my Menhir's will just yet. Be careful, especially with your skeletons that are hitting him. And fought this guy only if his shield is off. You just saw right there what happened, so I didn't even touch him with a single hit, yet my skeletons ran up straight to him and started to attack him. And my HP went way below 7,000 points. So if you are reliant more on physical/internal trauma damage, and that's, well, I want to add another thing. That's with the fact that I have picked up devotion called Solemn Watcher, which reduces retaliation damage effects by 20%, so I could have easily died from my own skeletons that are attacking him. Be very careful around those mobs. Do not throw your caution out of the wind just because you see that they are dying pretty fast, especially on hardcore. Alright, pick up this thing. I mean open, not pick up. So right here, anything, everyone has been, nope, almost everyone. I'll go straight to Fort Icon. Good thing is that if you're not planning to go onto the Port Valbury, you'll not encounter a lot of those mages. I mean archmages who uses their reflective shield against you. For now, you just have to deal with them. Alright, I ran into the wrong direction. I was meant to run here. And then I usually do the following. I am going for the 4th icon, open up Rift Point there, and then I'll go back in this area and go for the quest, the Sacred Ashes. By the way, one important thing that I usually tell everyone, if you are planning to pick up Necromancer, either as a secondary or a main class, you will not be able to, in this instance, you will not be able to choose Kaiman's Chosen. You will only be able to choose, alright, Reflective. Let's not mess around against him. So you will only be able to choose Order of the Death's Vigil. Why? Because, without spoiling too much, most of the folks hate everything that is connected with Necromancers in this game, especially Kaiman's Chosen, so you will not even have the opportunity to quote-unquote talk with them, or talk your way in. But if you are worried because you think that by in-game description from the faction Order of the Death's Vigil, you think that they are not selling stuff when it... And by stuff I mean gear that's dedicated towards physical damage characters, do not be discouraged, do not be that worried, because even though if you click on the in-game dialogue and you see, and you click on the option on Order of the Death's Vigil, what equipment are you providing, they will tell you that their equipment mostly is connected with vitality, damage, pets, and cold. The thing is that you'll still have there your physical damage, pierce damage, and whatnot. It's just not be the majority of their equipment. So all in all, do not think that you're in trouble because you do not, because you cannot accept this other faction. I'll need to go back. Internal trauma. Those archmages, more annoying than anything. Yet still, if you are not careful, you can die just from the mob that takes like, what, 1 or 2 hits to die. So, waypoint opened. How do I fare in terms of inventory space? Not that much left. So it's safe to just sell all the stuff here and then move on into the quest.
Good, you've arrived. Betray precisely.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
And I usually am selling all of those stuff. Except for legendaries, although this one is level 75, so yeah, I'll sell it as well. I already had this one, I believe. I'll double check, but I think I had. It looks strangely familiar with the Mythical Stonefist Rebuke. Only it shines with the blue light instead of just Fist by itself. Alright.
Iron well spent.
Accept his quest as well.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
Let me check. Feast of Altos. Yeah, the same thing basically. So I can safely sell one of them. And then let's head back to the previous area in which I was fighting against those Order of the Dead's Vigil. And go for the Sacred Ashes. Into the Tomb of the Chosen. Also, if you are wondering why sometimes I'm getting hit so hard, well, my resistances are not that overcapped, like a little bit when it comes to elemental, same with poison, a lot of overcap when it comes to bleeding and pierce, and those one just light overcap or not even soft cap. Despite, and yes, my defensive ability is closer to 3000, 2940. But this is still not enough. I mean, not when it comes to defensive ability, when it comes to resistances. How can I improve them? Well, I do need to craft high level components. So this is why I am collecting all of those Clonic Seal of Bindings, either shards and whatnot. Because for most of them you actually need this stuff. So usually on the first floor, I believe, you do not have any hidden stuff. On the second floor you can encounter it. Alright. Slowly but surely, yep. Slowly but surely moving on to the right direction. Also, one thing that I want to point out, I am using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to highlight HP of my character, as well as my enemies, so to better see, especially amongst big groups, which one of them is elite, which one is not. That's one thing, and the other thing, it allows me to see exactly what type of damage monsters are doing to me. What I need to work around, like my weak points. And also as the quality of life changes. This mod allows you to auto pick up components, lore notes, blueprints, crafting materials and whatnot, so those are all. And that's not all. This mod also allows you to teleport to a certain location, especially if you are farming. But the thing is, I didn't even know how this function works. I haven't tried it myself. I was farming Creek set as well as all of my gear without even using it, without even knowing that this function existed. You can definitely play this game without it, it becomes easier to see, if not the auto pickup stuff, easier to see damage output of your enemies and work around it. I thought I was missing something there, I wasn't. So onto the second floor of this tomb. And on the second floor, I usually try to go also for a secret area. Once again, more opportunity to find extra loot. I am looking for a blueprint called Olaron's Red. It's a better relic that I need to change with mine. I am currently using Juggernaut relic. So, unfortunate thing is that this relic has a world drop effect on it, so it can drop anywhere. This blueprint, I mean. Alright. Also, if you're wondering, I believe Kaiman's Chosen and the Cronley's gang are two enemy factions against whom my negative reputation is at very low level, even on the third difficulty. I can actually show it to you. I mean, what are my reputation with some of the enemy factions are, as well as friendly factions. So this is a passage to your secret area. If you click on the storage, a wall will open and you can go there, destroy this one, and click on the crypt entrance. So last tomb of the damned. I believe this area contains a treasure trove in it. It's sometimes alright, reflective. You see, like right now my HP bar drops by itself because I stacked too much reflective damage on this guy and I couldn't disengage from a fight that efficiently. And by efficiently I mean swiftly enough. I assumed I could just zerk him down, nuke him down fast enough before this effect stacks too much, but he proved me wrong. So in any case I had to back away. And I see no shame in this, especially on hardcore. This ghoul is usually not that tough to deal with. Except for those boulders. Any blueprints? Nope. I was worrying why that debuff doesn't go away, so I was just standing there listening for a sound of debuff, proccing over and over again and wondering when it eventually will go away. Oh, this is an area with a treasure trove, so I need to find my way into this area. I believe this is the right Wait, nope. So, since I have collected this content of the treasure trove, I can safely head to exit. I also feel like the game knows about your character weaknesses, so the amount of reflective enemies which I was encountering from the beginning of the stream was higher than I expected. I'm not taking into account those archmages since they are regular enemies with the reflective effect on them. Alright, this guy does anything new on ultimate or not? Same fire debuff. He buffs himself, uses resistance reduction. Nope. Got an achievement, the Order's Champion. So, open up those items, those boxes. And this tomb has been cleared. Let's learn this blueprint. Any other ones? Nope. And let's go to Sorrow's Bastion to complete this quest and pick another one. I assume this is an interesting amulet on its own, if you are using vitality damage. So let's click on you. And let's click on this ritual. Once again, doing this quest not because I forgot to level up reputation with them, no. For the chance of fighting against more elite. Any reflective? Nope, no reflective. Are those reflective? Nope, revenants. Revenant has been destroyed, only this golem left. And a boss wave, yep. I need to first get rid of those elite and not stand on the spool. Yep. And I believe only one quest from them left. One-handed mace with bonuses to pets. Alright. And to complete the search for Ouroboros questline, you need to teleport to East Marsh area, which is area from the west side from Burwich Village. You need to go here. And in East Marsh itself, you need to climb on this hill where you saw skeletons are rising up. if you had visited this area before. I'm talking about hill right here. I'll ignore most of those mobs. I only stop right now if I encounter an elite. Like those ones. Or those trolls. Alright, let's continue to run. Can I climb up here? I think I can. Yep, so up this hill. Another elite right there standing. And this is the point where you need to be. You're going to be facing against this Guardian, which is basically a boss version of those golems which you have encountered before, either at Steps of Torment or at Arkovian Undercity. Only this time he has a lot of HP. And he tries to move around my skellies. He teleports. And then he dies. So let's head back to Sorrow's Bastion. I cannot teleport from here, so I do need to click on this waypoint. And then let's enter this area. Yep, quest has been completed. So now I'll go to Betrayal at Fort Icon quest. In case you're wondering why I have spoken about the fact that my resistances, well, that's actual fact, my resistances are not that high, overcapped. That's one thing. And the other thing is I was fighting against some of those demons, and not reflective, please remove your reflective aura. See, if you're fighting amidst those big group of monsters, you cannot determine swiftly enough whether or not Archmage has used his aura or he isn't. So, I was talking about how I was fighting against Demon. You know the thing that when you kill him it explodes with red circle and debuffs you. Yeah, but also he on this I assume it's on this difficulty, so he used the debuff, which lowered my vitality resistance for 40%. And as you can see, I only have like 95% of this type. So this is not much. And I need to work my way around it. Either by improving it, or by being extra cautious around those monsters. But improving it definitely is a better way to go, in my opinion. So let's destroy this wall. And I believe I was using this belt before I have picked up my legendary belt. Where did it went? I do not see it, so... Yep, this one. I was using this belt before. Before I have picked Mythical Gladiator's distinction. And once more I have picked this legendary belt just by it randomly dropping throughout my campaign, so... And since I will be fighting against Commander Lucius, and a lot of Archmages once more. I should be extra careful, because my resistances to Ether are not even soft capped. Nonetheless, I will proceed with caution. Also, feel free to ask me anything concerning the game so far, either difficulties or just in general, how things are going. I will do my best to answer on your question. Oh, I can actually go straight here. Pick up this dynamite. I will check this area where you can destroy a wall. There's possessed Archmage. I need to be careful around him. Let's see. He used his aura. Never mind. Let's not attack. Let's wait. Wait. Now I can attack. Well, that's a bummer. I cannot go through here. So I need to turn back. I can kill you through those bars, I believe. Well, some of you. Yep. Let's destroy this wall and then search this place. I cannot carry it? Alright. Well, good thing that I just at this point selling all this stuff. So my visits into town are at this point more like selling everything and going back to the campaign. except for those legendary items level 94. Yep, fast process yet effective.
Iron well spent.
So let's put all my crafting stuff here, like I usually used to do it. Legendary jewelry level 94, and I believe... oh, some of the components.
I'll keep an eye out for this.
I think it doesn't matter whether or not I have achieved honor status or not. I usually give those supplies to Fort Icon anyway, and since I did have those revered items from Homestead, it's not that big of a deal. And when in terms of a game itself, I mean lore and whatnot, I actually do not see why you would give supplies to Homestead instead of Fort Icon. And let me elaborate on it. Like, you previously helped Fort Icon with the bug problems as well as Ethereal, and they can already safely produce their food, as well as they are protected by those cannons against any of the incoming threats. And people in the Fort Icon, which are Black Legion, like right here, they are fighting at the front line, so they need those resources more. That's my opinion. Alright, so coming closer to the Commander Lucius. I was kiting when I fought Commander Lucius before. I was kiting him around those big pile of bodies which are in the room. I'll show it to you what I mean. This one. So I usually aggro him and then try to kite him back. And let's avoid his flamethrower as well as his shotgun. His meteors are not that hard to avoid because he telegraphs his attack. And then he's stuck behind my skeletons. Although I'm feeling like... had a feeling that my force wave wasn't hitting him. So this was it when it comes to this Commander Lucius. Let's blow this passage and report to Inquisitor Creed. I also I wanted to show you my enemy faction. So almost hated, almost Nemesis, Arkovian Undead, Ethereal Vanguard hated, Ethereals hated. Excuse me, Nemesis not hated. Beasts hated, Chtonians. Well, I am going to go in this Chtonic portal right there, so they will hate me as well. Eldritch Horrors, I believe this is the Forgotten Gods faction. And from all of those factions, enemy factions that is, I have fought just Is there any point to speak with the outcast at this point? If I will do it, then I first need to bring with me one Ancient Heart, one Blood of Chthon, one, I believe, Chthonic Seal of Binding, as well as this Fang that I have collected. So, one Blood, one Chthonic Seal of Binding, and one Ancient Heart. Oh, and a Fang. This one. Yeah, you will see on your screen when I will accept her quest that my reputation with Black Legion has been decreased a little bit, but once again, not to worry. I'll reach back this rear status in no time, and I have already...
What a curiosity you are.
Yeah, you see honored, not big deal. I have this. Already have. And she tells me to go to Steps of Torment. I do not know how you can actually unlock those gates. Like, they were sealed on all 3 difficulties, and they did not open, despite me reaching career status with Anasteria, so I do not know how to unlock them, to be honest. So in this place, what you should be careful of are not only materials, but mines, which you will encounter. On Elite, they have dealt quite significant damage, so hopefully now I will better avoid them. Yeah, like you see, mine just blew up there. And the thing is, those mines doesn't deal that big of a damage to enemies. Just to your character, right? Archmage, can I kill him fast enough? Yep, I can. Was worried that he was about to use his aura. Yeah, just stepped on several mines. So, I am primarily looking for a Chthonic Portal around here. For the ability to find Spirit of McDragon. Let's click on the stone, nothing here. I'll head from the bottom. Archmage, nope, 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 nope. Aura is on. Can I kill him right now? Oh, there's an elite. Something, something time warped. I assume it's mythical. An elite standing there and attacking me. Archmage, nope, do not attack, do not attack. Alright, attack now. One more Archmage. I was, like, to be honest, presently? Is it a better word to put it? No. Unpleasantly surprised that such a weak foe in terms of his HP and damage output, like Archmage, those Archmages, are bringing you that kind of trouble when it comes to internal trauma builds. Alright, so I have located this Chthonic Seal, Chthonic Portal. A lot of ethereals there, that's actually a bad spot to stand. And Arcane? Arcane just removed my auras. Let's back a bit and let me switch back to this. This was nonsense. I was running way back. All my auras are on, so not all of them. Field command is off. So this was a very unpleasant example when encountering an elite who had the ability to remove my active 2 gold auras on and off. Hopefully now I will deal with him. Hopefully. Yeah, let's deal with those reanimator guys also. As well as those cold ones. And once again, I see no shame in retreating and reactivating your auras like I did. Waiting for your heal pods to go off cooldowns to get back into the fight with your fresh HP bar, rather than risk it all and stand on one place. So I have inventory space, which means I can safely go here. So monsters deal reduced physical damage. Well, from demons, not physical damage worries me most. It's vitality damage, to be honest. Alright, I am close to a star, which is a quest item in this area. Alright. Oh. There was an elite also there. So I have found this quest item, but I'm looking for yet another portal in this area to teleport to second level. And right there you have the ability to fight against a demon boss, but most importantly you have good opportunities to find and click on some of those exalted chests. Yeah, this one. When he explodes, he deals a lot of damage. Due to the fact that my resistances are very, well, not low, but not high overcapped. So let's find this portal. And in the meanwhile, find ourselves an elite or two to kill. Or just those demons in general. I cannot go there, sadly. Alright, through here I can. An elite. And then more of those Shaleborn guys. Also, if you are one of more experienced players and you're wondering why am I using Creek set instead of like something like Warborn legendary set or Octavius, I have heard people have mentioning this name. It's simple. I have decided to play with the Creek set in mind just because it's for a beginner player, it's easier thing to reach for, especially if you're playing Death Knight, physical Death Knight. And so far, I will, throughout my whole campaign, I have only found one shoulders of Warborn set. And it took me like, how much exactly? 5.5 hours to farm all the Creek set. And I also have some extra components. Alright, I got an achievement, a lot of legendaries, well, 2 of them to be honest, are dropping. Revered with Barrowholm and several achievements. The Jewel in the Mud. What did I get? 2 legendaries. 2-handed chaos damage. +2 to all skills of occultist, alright. And 1-hander pierce bleeding. So, Nemesis with Chtonians. I do need to watch out on my minimap for a skull sign. Basically, if you see a skull sign and it's not a quest boss, you will be facing, yep, like you see, 1000 something damage just from one shout. After that, so you will be facing against Nemesis boss. Somewhere around this area should be a treasure trove, or am I wrong? I should check this area as well. The right one. Let's see. Just regular demons. Two obsidian shards. That was a strange maneuver, like he ran all the way to the left, and judging by the minimap he could have ran past by it. Alright, I am getting hit quite a lot. Yep, this is what I was talking about when I had named this part Proceed with Caution. So just by standing there and taking a lot of unnecessary hits from those big guys, and also in the same time against elite, my health bar had depleted drastically. Yet another elite. I did not use shout properly right there. And by shout I mean the war cry ability. I can damage them even through the wall, so that's a thing to keep in mind if you're using your war cry. It has a deceptive range, that's one thing, and the other thing, you can damage enemies through the wall, through the floors. So use it practically as soon as it is off cooldown. This is an exalted stash that I was talking about. I'll start clearing this floor from the bottom up. From the bottom and then move to the upwards areas. At the center of it you'll find a demon boss, you'll not miss it. So cleared those two rooms. Let's move on to the next one. This is my way out from this area, so I need to remember where it is exactly on the minimap, and you should do too. Why? Because it's not going to highlight it for you. Alright, let's use shout to mitigate some of their damage as well as resistances. Also with this low vitality damage, I do think that I need to be working on improving it, because otherwise those crystals in Bastion of Chaos, should I wish to go there, will hurt a lot against my character. Nothing here. Yeah, the whole area is practically cleared. Couple of corridors left, alright. Let's not mess around against those guys. Same with them. And yep, I can move into the area in which I'm going to fight a boss. Never mind, first I need to clear a couple of more groups of demons, including this elite, who is fighting me with fire and vitality damage. So to the right there is a boss so I can engage in a fight against him. Hopefully he'll stuck for a couple of seconds against my skeletons. And if not, I can kite him around. Alright, that's a good thing to do actually, since he's using those fire. Never mind, this is another way out from here. Cool, which means I do not have to run to the bottom. And while nothing particular is going on, when I am teleporting to this and moving to the desecrated shrine, I'll use this opportunity to say, for all of those who has just tuned in or started to watch the stream from the beginning or watched my other videos on demand / YouTube videos, nevertheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Zanderyevits, and I'm playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with ultimate. Ultimate is the last difficulty out of 3 possible ones. I am playing a Death Knight, physical Death Knight, combination between Soldier and Necromancer, with the spammable Force Wave and Two-Hander in mind. And right now my plan on ultimate difficulty is to cautiously proceed throughout the campaign. If I will feel like I had to work on resistances to improve some of them, or to improve them via end game components such as Ugdan Block Ladder and Spell Scorch Plating, then I'll dedicate a separate stream when I will be farming and explaining more elaborately why I will need to do it. Short version right now is some of monsters' attacks hit me pretty hard because I do not have high overcap resistances. My highest overcap is actually through Pierce. Overall opinion about this difficulty so far, and also thank you and welcome Broski Yuri for the question, and welcome to the stream. The thing is that on ultimate difficulty, if you do not have... Well, no, first of all, let's separate them one by one. So, you need to have endgame components, or work to have them, such as Ugdan Block Ladder, Spell Scorch Plating, and Tainted Heart on rings and amulet. You actually need the improved version of the Soul Shard. Otherwise, just like in my case, you'll be having some problems against against some of the attacks from monsters. Why? Because as you just saw there, when I am killing regular demon, which explodes with red circle around him and debuffs your character, because my resistance is to vitality only 83% when he explodes, he also debuffs you for 40% less resistance. So reduce 40% from this number which you are seeing on the screen, and deals practically from 2 to 3,000 damage just by one explosion. Practically same thing will happen on Ether, with Ether damage. Oh, Ether damage. So ultimate difficulty and those pesky archmages. The thing is, if you are not careful enough, if you stand and spam your Force Wave like this, or if in my case skeletons from Raise of the Dead ability will go there, like there was a case earlier on the stream where my 5 skeletons ran up to the mage and start hitting him, and because skeletons receives bonuses from your physical / internal trauma, they have stacked a lot of internal trauma on Archmage, and my character HP went down for a couple in in a couple of seconds to 5000 HP. I have run as far as I could, but it ran down not because they kept hitting him, because they stacked a lot of damage. My ghoul had procced. Good thing that I have popped my tonic potion to avoid a guaranteed death in this instance. So from now on, I will only engage. I already have this one, so I sell it. I will only engage in a fight against those archmages if their aura is off. Same thing with other reflective guys. I do not want to risk it, do not want to put my character on the line, if you know what I mean. And the other thing that you need to be looking for on Ultimate. Certain bosses and elites have way more casting speed, meaning they will create a lot more spells than you are used to see, which will result in from your point of view, which this will result in a fact that you will not expect that much of a damage or resistance reduction at a short span of time. So like I said, extra caution is advised. And once more, I'll clarify, if I will feel that I cannot proceed that effectively throughout the rest of the campaign, whether it be the remaining of the Bastion of Chaos, the remaining of the vanilla campaign, including Bastion of Chaos, or Beginnings of Ashes of Malmud DLC, I'll dedicate 1 or 2 separate streams just for farming those components and applying those high-level components on the rest of my gear. Because, no, the damage is definitely not a problem, not at all. Resistances, as well as your overall damage mitigation. I am practically using off cooldown Warcry, same thing with the Creek Stomp, which reduces resistances, and damage absorption from Mark of Torment. And in some instances, this is still not enough.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Despite the fact that, like you just see, I'm not wearing low-level armor or unfit for this difficulty. Armor fits perfectly for this character and difficulty. I need to work on my components.
I'll keep your stash safe.
A general advice which I can give to all of those who approach the ultimate difficulty, from my point of view. First, yes, you need to farm your gear for ultimate difficulty. Whether it be appropriate for at this moment or not, that's up to you to decide. But you need it. That's when it comes to gear. If you can do it on elite, do it. Second, you need to farm and apply your high level components. And third, you need to level up your reputation with the friendly faction to apply augments as well. But to me, those components are more important than augments, to be honest. Alright, what am I looking for? Hopefully this answer was more than elaborate, and I have answered your question. I mean, in terms of my opinion on this difficulty. Also, if you are one of the beginners who hasn't reached this difficulty yet, or just in general want to know specific nuances which even seasoned veterans do not discuss that much, you can check my tips and tricks video on my YouTube channel. There I have gathered, showed, elaborated and explained most of the boss's deadliest attack, as well as some of the components that you need to be applying for your resistances, and that you can neglect at a certain stages of the game, so to make things easier for you for overall progression. You can find it all in this video. Alright, so Actually, believe it or not, like, well, first of all, welcome to the stream. My name is Doza. I think that Mythical Stone Feast Rebuke is a better option when it comes to physical / internal trauma and spammable force wave. Why? Because if you look closely, you have a lot of casting speed, which force wave is highly dependent on. That's one thing. The other thing is that it specifically says that it will give flat physical damage as well as greater range to force wave. When it comes to Leviathan, I believe I had Leviathan with me, or haven't I? I mean, not with me in common stash. Judging from my own experience, well, so far throughout the whole playthrough, Stone Feast Rebuke is actually a better option. Let me double check. I had something legendary two-hander in there. Yeah, the thing is that from my own opinion, subjective, but still from my own opinion, any character with a soldier is a good option. Why? Because you will have your resistances, your quote-unquote, well, free if you spend some points in it, which will come from Scars of Battle, Decorated Soldier. So even without applying... Yep, so once again, thank you for the following. So even without applying any of the components at the early stages of the game, you are seeing right now you get your 20 to 22%. If you remove 1 point, you'll get 20% elemental resistance. Physical damage, that's... I'm talking right now about straight defense. So let's say you pick up Shaman as your main skill and you pick up picking Soldier as a secondary... Excuse me, not skill, but character. You will have resistances from Decorated Soldier towards slow and elemental. You will have bleeding, stun, and freeze duration resistances, as well as reducing of their overall effect. Armor absorption, which by default will make your character tankier. Even if you have quote-unquote weak armor on you, picking this up will automatically improve your defense capabilities. And that's not all. Let's talk about military conditioning. Having overall physique and health, especially at earlier stages of the game, once again, helpful. Should you try to pump up your defense and worry less about the offense. And finally, I'll talk about 2 more skills. Warcry. A very good skill in my opinion. Why? Because you're practically looking at instantaneous reduction to enemies' health, as well as reducing target's damage. And since it's an AoE skill right now, as you're seeing on the screen, so fighting amidst the group or against certain bosses, it's always helpful. Then you'll have its modifier, which is Break Morale. You disrupt skills for almost 6 seconds. What is disruption? It's basically a silence. If you're familiar with the other RPG terms, you block the ability for target to use skill. However, be mindful, some of bosses and elites can actually resist its effect, which in this case you will looking at straight physical resistance reduction. And to pump things up, you can put some points at the early stages of the game into Minir's Will. If things go terribly wrong and your HP drops below 33%, let's say from 4 to 5 points at the early stages of the game will be more than enough if you want to add a last resort sort of thing. Should things go wrong and you will need to back up a little bit while Minir's will regenerate your health. Hopefully this answer was more than enough. Feel free to ask any other answer if you have. I'll try to give my own opinion towards it. despite the fact that yes, I am at level 100 playing at the ultimate difficulty, yet still there are some things that I am aware of and some things that I do not know. So it's a good thing that I am continuously gathering knowledge from different sources, so and presenting some of the stuff to you, so to improve your overall gameplay. Hopefully it helps. I was trying to go to... Oh, and one more thing that I like to add. If you are looking for a specific, like let's say... Alright, so the thing is, name copy, once again, welcome to the stream. The base game by itself is pretty good. You have to consider the fact that you have to evaluate not only your gameplay options, but also story option. What do I mean by it? If you genuinely like story of the game, genuinely like its ability to... I mean, you have played throughout the game, you see that there are some quests which give you different options. So by default, you have a great replayability from it, meaning you will not be able to see all of the options from your first playthrough. That's one thing. The other thing, that if you like the story of this game, do keep in mind that story of the first DLC. I'm talking right now about the Ashes of Melmoth DLC. First DLC is a direct continuation of the story from the base game. The second DLC, Forgotten Gods, counted, without spoiling too much, as a side story. It has its upsides and downsides, but when it comes to general lore, it's a side story. So evaluate also those things. Count not only gameplay, but story. But, I mean, yeah, it's my subjective opinion. So try to see what things you like about this game more, what things I mean, not inspires, but what's a better word to put it? What things actually motivates you to play, either it's a gameplay or a story or both, and work from there. So I was in the Astrakhan Valley. If you are looking for also a detailed tips and tricks video, where I have highlighted the boss's deadliest attacks and also resistances that you need at earlier stages of the game, need to gather at a certain point, and resistances that you can neglect, you can check out my Grim Dawn tips and tricks video on my YouTube channel later on at your own leisure. This information is especially vital, in my opinion, if you want to play on hardcore, since you do not have quote-unquote safety net of multiple lives, you only have one shot. Alright, let's back off a bit, since I'll be facing against a lot of elites right here. Do not need to stand in the seal. I should have used Mark of Torment to soak up some of their damage. Right, cleared. The thing is, alright, I believe all of the links, especially on my YouTube, could be found on my Twitch channel as well, under the YouTube graph sign. If you click on it, you'll be instantaneously redirected to my YouTube channel. And when it comes to... And also welcome to the stream, Demialani. Hopefully I read your nickname right. If your character die on hardcore, you will practically start from the beginning the one thing you will save from your... I'll show it... Well, I'll show it to you in town, so it's easier for me to explain. The one thing that you will save from your playthrough is your components / blueprints that you have collected, learned, but you need to put them in the purple stash. Thank you for the following. So, if you die, let's say if my character dies, the only thing that will be saved when it comes to this command stash, which is highlighted with purple, because by default, if you approach for the first time here, you'll have this item stash. I require to not put things in here unless they are connected with some of the quest items, like you see slit necklace and whatnot. Rather, you should strive for this... Oops, clicked on the wrong button. You should click on the purple color sign, and you should work on those items in the common stash. You should try to put as many things as possible here. So in case you die, you will save your items which are gathered around in this extra stash, or your blueprints. I mean, when you collect blueprints and right click on them, you'll learn them, and then blacksmith can craft them. And in case you are dead, all of those blueprints will be saved for your future characters. So this is what happens when you die on hardcore. And since I have completed this quest, I mean the Rovari Legacy, I will get as a rewards, I assume, extra skill... Nope, not skill point devotion, but... Thing is that I already have all of my devotion, so I have done it simply due to the fact that I wanted to have an opportunity to gather as much items as possible from elites. You might ask why. Well, the thing is, I am in search for such items and blueprints right now that are being labeled as world drop. World drop basically means that this item can drop anywhere on the map. It does not have a specific elite or place where it can spawn. So, like for example, this mythical Stonefist Rebuke. Believe it or not, I have found this weapon in a common stash in the Melmoth outskirts area. So I have clicked on a common stash and this item dropped. And generally speaking, to increase your chances of finding blueprints, as well as those rare items, you should open up those hidden spoil chests, treasure troves. You should kill bosses, as well as some elites, because they have a lot of items. When they are dying, they have a lot of items to drop and for you to gather. So this is why I do not skip any of those. The same reason I do not skip any of those desecrated shrines, which in this case are restored, because if you restore them, they are dropping a lot of items. All right. And also, when it comes to... Yep, it's also, believe it or not, when it comes to earlier stages of the game, you can do it safely. Alright, reflect if I need to be careful around this guy. And as soon as he removes his aura, I'll try to kill him. Yep, he did. At the early stages of the game, it's actually good if you pick up, well, if not everything, then most of it. Yeah, but the thing is about my damage is about my damage output. I am worried currently right now not about damage, but about how tanky I am. Because despite my overall resistances, monster here on ultimate hits incredibly hard. And the thing that worked on elite or on normal difficulty will not work on ultimate. Already not working. I do see my weak points. Yeah, and I should add one thing. I have played Death Knight throughout the first two difficulties and third difficulty as well, by applying, wearing / finding all the gear and weapon through self-found method. So nothing was pre-prepared for this playthrough. I mean, I am playing this game for like 2.5 weeks, perhaps less. Even my legendaries, which you see on me right now, was gathered by farming specific areas and not by just going to the blacksmith and craft on them and voila, item obtained. Nope. But I should add that Death Knight, which is a character that I'm playing right now, on first two difficulties, it's possible to clear all of the game's content without any problem. So he does not need any of the best in slot items or rare legendaries and so on and so forth. I was wearing mostly green items. Ultimate difficulty, yeah, it's another story. You need to be better prepared for it. But when it comes to first two difficulties, Death Knight is one of the beginner-friendly classes that is capable of clearing, once again, most of this content on his own, without any insane legendaries, good rare items, so on and so forth. Archmage, I do need to watch out for his aura. This, like, you see what happened right there? This is what is called a world drop. I have killed a regular white mage, and from him drop a Belgotian's armor, level 94, which, believe it or not, is best in slot armor for Nightblade, and I believe if you combine it with the soldier, which is called Blade Master. This was a world drop, so this wasn't even a particular hard fight. I mean, you see, I have killed white mob. Why am I mentioning this? So, there are certain classes that are heavily reliant upon finding and wearing certain legendaries, which are hard to find. And by hard to find, this Belgotian armor is insanely hard to find. Creek set, which you see I am wearing right now, is easy to find. I mean, it takes time to farm, yes, but you will know where to do it. I can show it to you right now. Boots from Creek drops in Malmut outskirts. You enter in the cellar and there's a boss right there, you kill him. In the Crown Hill, there is a mage boss, and she can drop yet another 2 pieces, which is shoulders and gloves. And in the Crown Hill there is a way down underground in the Flash Factory. Right there you kill Flash Weaver Creek and he will drop to you chest guard as well as gloves. Yeah, I believe gloves. I believe I said it. No, his mask. And it took me 5.5 hours to completely collect this Krieg set. And believe it or not, I also have with me extra Krieg mask and gloves. So this is why I have chosen to play as a Death Knight. This is one of the reasons why. Because I knew... not favorite, I mean... It's the only class that I have leveled until Ultimate. And I'm speaking from my perspective. I do not have any favorites since... I can speak only from the perspective of the one person who leveled this character until level 100. So right now I do not have favorite class. It's just that I decided to pick him, judging by what most people on forums had advised me to do it. I believe someone else also posted on forum that on official forum that there are other classes which are catering toward beginner-friendly players. One of them are Vitality Caster. I believe it's a combination either between Necromancer and Shaman, or Occultist and Necromancer, or vice versa. There was a Death Knight, which also is catering towards beginner-friendly players. So, and some other ones I do not know right on top of my head. Yeah, perhaps for now Death Knight is my favorite quote-unquote class, but just because it's the one class that I am playing right now as my main class. I do not have any secondary characters. I had to be worried around this Archmage. Yep. If you see me running away from Archmage, I am doing this because at ultimate difficulty, his reflective aura, which he uses on himself, the one you see with the spikes, is doing ton of damage back to my character when I or my skeletons are hitting him. I can die just from my damage alone. So in this place I'm looking for a tomb in which I can enter and fight a ghoul boss. This tomb is to the right, I believe. I need to continuously go to this right passage. Yep. It's definitely catered more towards beginner-friendly players, because, like you just said, I agree with you, you can specifically target farm your items that you are looking for. Oh, and also one thing to keep in mind, you do not have to resort yourself just to physical Death Knight. There are other types of Death Knight. I mean, I believe you can play as a Ethereal Death Knight and also as a Bleeding Death Knight. But when it comes to Bleeding Death Knight, his quote-unquote gear is not catering, is not fit for beginner players. So your choice would be either Ethereal, Physical, I can show it to you right now. Why ethereal? Because Krieg's chest, Krieg's armor, it also gives ethereal damage. From this description, this build can also work on combination between Soldier and Arcanist, because it gives bonus when you collect 4 pieces. If you have 4 pieces, you will gain +1 skill to Soldier and Arcanist or Necromancer. But I do not know anything about this combination, how strong or weak it is. Alright. So mostly I will be speaking from the point of view of a person who uses physical Death Knight. Alright, I had found this entrance. Let's go into this tomb. I can share a little bit about my future plans, I mean future characters. If, well, not if, but better to say when I try to create another one. I think I'll go with the Vitality Caster, but the thing is I do not know what item. Is he dependent on items and not? Is he catered more toward beginner friendly players or not? Most of the folks have come to a conclusion that Vitality Caster is similar to a Death Knight, a beginner friendly type of character, so perhaps I'll try him. It's either will be him or Shieldbreaker, which is a combination between Oathkeeper and Demolitionist, or Cold Infiltrator, so one of those 3. Infiltrator, if you are wondering, is a combination between Inquisitor and Nightblade. Which one of those 3 I will eventually create, I do not know just yet. It will mostly depend on how long and how tough the process of getting the required gear for Ultimate will be, to be honest, rather than how well the character performs on normal and elite. I am wondering if I'm going to encounter Nemesis in the vanilla campaign, which is the one I'm playing right now. Like I had already with Ethereal's Nemesis status. With Beast, I am aware that you can encounter their Nemesis only at the Ashes of Melmoth DLC. And with the Ctonians, perhaps at the Bastion of Chaos there will be a Nemesis boss fight. I, up to this point, have fought just against 2 Nemesis bosses. If you are wondering what is Nemesis, Nemesis is basically a boss from enemy faction. So you will see on your minimap, if you play, you saw like when you approach a boss, a skull will appear on your minimap. Same thing will happen when you will face against Nemesis. And I have fought against Beast Nemesis, which was Chupacabra Endless Menace. It was a tough fight, just because it took me a while to kite him around and eventually kill him. And I have fought against Ethereal Vanguard Nemesis, which was Archmage. It's a human Nemesis, Archmage. He was easier for me to deal with, but there are people for whom this Nemesis presents a greater threat. Then I believe it mostly depends on your classes that you choose. Against Death Knight, Archmage doesn't seem like that big of a deal. I had more problems with Chupacabra. And in general, well, when it comes to this character, my goal towards Ultimate is first and foremost complete its campaign. I mean the vanilla campaign as well as DLC campaign, and after I will do it, depending on how strong my character is, I will try to engage in a fight against some of the bosses, like perhaps McDragon, Ravager and whatnot, so at least I'll try it. I do not know how it will go eventually, but I'll try it. I mean, what else to do? Oh, perhaps I'll delve into the Shattered Realm stuff, which is Forgotten Gods' version of Greater Rifts from Diablo 3, if you have played this game. And I do not know about Crucible, to be honest. So this is a plan, hopefully. Fingers crossed I will not lose my character until this point. I believe I had missed this treasure trove. A chest which requires dynamite to open. Sadly. And I need Hollow Fang. Let's go to the Devil's Crossing and craft Hollow Fang.
What brings you to my forge? Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Alright, no legendaries here. And I can open up a shortcut. That will save me a lot of time to go back to the entrance. While doing so, I can... Well, let me quickly show what I have leveled up until this point, as well as explain some of my devotion choices. Soldier skill. Force wave. Blue numbers are bonuses from items. So by default I have leveled just to soft cap 16 out of 16, 12 out of 12, 12 out of 12. Picked up Tremor for ability to spam it, like this. It only works with the two-hander melee weapon. Fighting Spirit, same option, soft cap. Whenever you're getting hit, it procs your bonus damage. War Cry and Break Morale. resistance reduction, HP reduction, as well as damage reduction. And it's also an AoE skill. You click it in a mixed group of monsters or on single target, it works. When it comes to exclusive skill, which you can only choose one, All-Around's Rage. Physical damage, movement speed, offensive ability. Field command, squad tactics, more casting speed, offensive ability damage, resistance, and armor. Menhir's Will, last resort defense, 16 out of 16. Soft cap, a little bit overcap, military conditioning, HP and health, physique, I mean. Decorated soldier, mostly for resistances, same thing with Scars of Battle. When it comes to Necromancer, I choose Spectral Binding, Spectral Red. I am mostly interested in physical resistance reduction as well as extra HP. Mark of Torment, this skill allows me to fight against difficult bosses, soak some of their damage, and boosts up my survivability. Devotion points. Ghoulish Hunger. Its proc I had attached to Field Command, so whenever my HP drops to 45%, this thing will proc. It gives life on hit effect, more physical resistance, attack speed. I sadly cannot benefit more from attack speed because my force wave depends on casting speed. Heal, defensive ability, chances to avoid projectiles, good to have, and melee attacks. Panther, more offensive ability, crit damage, as well as some energy regen. Kraken, a must-have ability if you ask me for all of those who want to play with a two-hander, because it gives good amount of damage by its own, as well as attack speed, casting speed, and crit damage. Then, once again for survivability, Chariot of the Dead, its proc, which gives Chariot of the Dead by itself will give you a lot of attack, either through your offensive ability or through cunning or physique, but you're mostly interested in this proc, so whenever you are getting hit, it will give you HP regeneration, defensive ability, and armor. The Revenant Constellation, I was mostly interested in the more attack damage converted to health, which is, to put it simple, life steal or life leech. And this one proc, raise the dead. So you see my skeletons from time to time, they are running, and whenever they are hitting target, whether it be monster, boss, or elite, they reduce its resistances. Multiple skeletons can reduce a lot of resistances on one target. Another devotion constellation, which is Crab. I mostly have picked it due to the fact that Arcane Barrier had a 25% chance on hit proc, which will give a damage absorption from Elemental Ether and Chaos. Then Hawk, once again, for more defensive ability as well as some crit damage. Empty Throne, resistances, especially against Ether and Chaos, as well as stun resistances. Solemn Watcher, a great constellation if you're looking for mostly defensive nodes, but I mostly picked this up not only for defensive ability, but for reflected damage reduction. Yet still, despite picking this ability, my internal trauma will kill me if I'm not careful around those mobs that use reflect aura against me. So you imagine what will happen if I would not have picked this constellation and would have attacked just a regular Archmage a couple of times. I would basically be destroyed just by the fact that damage is going to be reflected against me. Hammer, a good constellation for more internal trauma, offensive ability, as well as physical damage. And this is practically it. So most of my devotion choices are coming from the fact that I wanted to have multiple layers of defenses, because from my opinion on hardcore they are super important to have. For now they had worked and they are working right now. My weak link, my current weak link, is the fact that I need to craft more high level components such as Undead leather, spell scorch plating, because like you see I have low level ones, anti-venom self, silk swatch, and they are not enough on this difficulty. You need to craft a better one. But at previous two difficulties they had worked perfectly. So these are my situation at this point. So I'll go to this desecrated devotion. Oh, and one advice that I can give you, especially at the early stages of the game, you should try to collect as much as possible ether crystals. You should always stack them as high as possible, collect them, put it how you want. And those Chthonic Seal of Bindings, why? They are required for you practically to craft all of your components, but most importantly, they are a necessary thing if you want to craft a higher level component, such as those one that I have been shown to you, Spell Scorch Plating, as well as Undead Leather. Funny thing is that right now, despite being at the level 100 and at the ultimate difficulty, I do not have enough of them. Alright, my skeletons are actually killing one of those elites right there, interesting. I do not know why, but every time this demon casts on himself this flame aura, his tankiness increases significantly. Perhaps this flame aura gives some sort of defensive ability. It's just I can kill way faster those regular mobs. I mean regular elites. But when some of them cast on himself this flame aura, things slow down dramatically when it comes to my damage output. So from here, an elite could spawn. Several waves, I am aware of it. Three guys which can explode on their death and create those nasty pools. One down, second down, right, third down as well.
Took you long enough. The cult of Cthon, it appears that the ritual is being
So, I am wondering, should I go into the Bastion of Chaos with this not very high vitality resistance? Yeah, practically same thing with Chaos. Let me think about it. So what's the plan? I could remove anti-venom cell from my Krieg's mask. Instead of it, I'll put another sanctified bone. And to compensate my loss in poison and acid, I'll put into, instead of silk swatch, yet another Undead leather. that will improve the situation. Not much, but still. The thing is that I have to have a better components instead of soul shards right now. And I'm lacking a necessary material to craft them. So first wagon is destroyed. I actually shouldn't ignore those cultists in this area because, like before, they have a higher chance to drop this Chthonic Seal of Binding. So to kill them here will speed up the process of me collecting necessary components. Alright, I can give you yet another advice if you are planning, if you are just want to try out this game, or plan to continue to do it, planning to continue to play it. I will talk about Port Valbury. This is a roguelike dungeon, which entrance could be found in the conflagration area, just right from the homestead, and it will take you to this area instead. After 2 difficulties, am saying that Port Valbury is the hardest dungeon, hardest roguelike dungeon of all of them. That includes DLC roguelike dungeons. If you are a beginner, and if you are playing, like, let's say, for the first time, my advice is to only go there if you have either a quest that you need to complete with the friendly faction, or if you are looking for a specific item right there. Otherwise, just ignore it. And believe me, you'll thank me later. Without spoiling too much, you'll thank me later. If you want to know other people's opinion, majority of the folks consider actually the same, so they hate Port Valbury. Even ones who have best in slot armor, weapons, components, they do not feel comfortable in there. So, like I said, avoid this place at all cost. The one thing that you'll miss out if you will skip it is lore, just lore notes. Or lore in general. So where is this third wagon? Oh, it's to the left, not in this area. To be honest, I have completed Port Valbury once at the normal difficulty when I have played, well, on hardcore. And when I have reached the elite difficulty, I decided to not go there. Only once I have completed. All of those other roguelike dungeons I have already completed 2 times. But not Port Wellbury. So I have destroyed this wagon, and the only thing that's left to do in this game is to complete the final quest. I mean, in the vanilla campaign. In case you're wondering, before I was wearing Mythical Stonefist Rebuke, I was wearing one of those weapons instead of Mythical Stonefist. One of those axes that are dropping from those demons with them. I am wondering, should I go for... I know that the Secrets of the Lost are basically telling you to go once more into the Steps of Torment and complete and kill a boss on the 4th floor. Perhaps it's just in general a good idea to find some blueprints right there, especially on ultimate difficulty. Since Steps of Torment is the easiest roguelike dungeon of them all, I think I'll do it. But first I need to free up some inventory space. And at this point, me telling you that I'm going to free up inventory space means that I am selling mostly anything with the exception of level 94 legendaries. Also, do not worry if you reach elite and ultimate difficulty, legendary drop rate will be so high that you will fill up almost all of your free extra stash slots that you have collected before, that you have expanded or bought before. So I have sold most of those stuff to vendors. Perhaps I did this preposterous thing by selling it, but I am starting to slowly but surely fill it up again with higher level loot. So I do need to have a skeleton key with me. This one will be put here. So those are all my high level legendaries when it comes to weapons and jewelry. Sadly, like most of them... Oh, somebody asked me about Mythical Leviathan. I have Mythical Leviathan. The thing is that Mythical Leviathan two-handed mace, like you just see when it comes to when compared to Stonefist Rebuke. Yes, it gives physical internal trauma damage, but it also gives cold damage, as well as mostly attack speed rather than casting speed. And it gives bonuses to Necrotic Edge, as well as Cadence rather than to Force Wave. Why it's important? Well, Cadence is this skill below the Force Wave, and I believe Necrotic Edge is... Yep, so this is an auto attack replacer. So you have some percent... And let me explain what it means. When you attack someone, you'll see this picture. Those are regular attacks. When you have a chance to proc it, instead of seeing always this, you'll have a chance to see a special skill, which is in this case Necrotic Edge, or Cadence, which works with every third regular attack. So You attack 2 times, instead of seeing regular third attack, you'll see cadence. So when it comes to Force Wave, yep, I still believe that Stone Fist Rebuke is better than Leviathan just by looking them side by side comparison. Those are my blue items higher level 1, which I arranged throughout my playthrough. Those are all my preparatory stuff for future characters, such as mandates, and this item can unlock, like you see, elite difficulty skill attribute from quests on lower difficulties, all the rift gates, and inventory bags. Those items I have prepared to craft a legendary amulet. And this is my legendary armor. So Bilgotian goes here. Helmet needs to move. And those are my blue weapons, as well as caster epic offhand. So let's craft the skeleton key. One skeleton key, please, and let's head into the Steps of Torment. The next thing after Steps of Torment, I think I'll head to Bastion of Chaos. Oh, and perhaps in Steps of Torment I will encounter Nemesis of the Arkovian Undead. Yeah, as soon as I will reach Nemesis status with them. A lot of birds around here. I got yet another achievement, which is Exalted Champion. Wonder what this means. I mean, it says 12, I believe. It's the fact that you have maxed out your reputation with every faction. Friendly faction, yep. Also, I am wondering about one thing, specifically from players who have more experience than me. I very often see orange numbers. Like I get it that white attack is your regular damage, yellow attack is some form of a crit. What does orange color indicates? I have started to see it mostly on third difficulty. Previously I just saw yellow colors. So, to be honest, I do not know what this orange color means. I mean, I can assume that judging by this number, orange color means that you get a double damage from your critical attack, but perhaps I am wrong. So, first floor. I think that the first 3 floors I should just mostly run past by them and stop for elite encounters. Oh, so monsters here are doing internal trauma damage to me. This is why I see from time to time. Oh, it's not internal trauma, it's reflected damage. I just see on my... at the top of my mana bar that internal trauma was dealing damage to my character. Vengeful and resistant. So, second floor. An elite. Mythical bone shattered threads. Fighting spirit, ripping strike. By the way, this was yet another example of a world drop. I defeated not a tough opponent, yet still I gather from him a legendary. Believe it or not, I actually need one of those swords from ghosts to craft legendary amulet instead of mine. So mine are highlighted with blue color. It's an epic medal, which is required from its wielder to be at level 72 to wear it. But I have collected and learned blueprint for a better medal. Sadly, I did not have at this point. I believe it's called Spectral Sword. So perhaps someone from those ghosts will drop it. Alright, yet another elite. Good. Yeah, somehow this reflective aura, I assume it's a buff from those skeletal knights that they applying on their allies. And by allies I mean the other skeletons which are gathered around them. So let's immediately do this. And let's dodge his initial 3 blasts. Let's try to, first of all, remove his reinforcement, quote-unquote, in form of skeletons, and then I'll switch my full attention towards him. Alright, I unlocked Nemesis status with Arkovian Undead by killing this guy. Fine, let's go further. I had skeleton key, so no need to stay and wait for something. The thing that worries me a bit is the fact that those places usually have narrow corridors, so to fight Nemesis bosses, I wouldn't want to fight Nemesis bosses in a narrow corridor. I mean, despite the fact that I do not know how he looks, what he is capable of doing, fighting him in a corridor like this, to my opinion, is dangerous. And sure, I'll hop into the dead room as soon as I'll clear those skeletons out of the way, just for a chance to open up the stash and to see what's inside. Those undead just keep coming. Alright, finally a pause between those fights. So let's enter this dead room and see what lies in it. So far just ghosts and one shield heart frozen. Regenerator. And once again regular ghosts, and then final wave. Yeah, practically Steps of Torment's Death Room. Easiest of them all. No matter what difficulty you are playing on. So, on this 4th floor, this quest boss will be either on this corridor or in the left corridor. So I need to be on the lookout for him. Two more elites. Mythical Ultas Stormseeker. I assume it's connected with the Ultas set. So Hood, white. Somebody hit me. Yep, regular skeletons. So I was reading this. Yep, Ultas set. Lightning damage, primal strike, +2 to shaman skills, lightning electrocute. This area will always give you a legendary, well, not for the second time. So the first time you'll visit it on each of those difficulties, right under the statue, you'll have your legendary weapon that will look like shield. Another elite, reflective. Let's not mess around. Yep, that's not the thing I wanted. Just by hitting him when his aura was up, you just saw how many HP I am losing. So I need to go to the left, because the right passage has been blocked by this stone. I wonder if a vendor on the 5th floor will actually have the ability to sell those spectral swords. Because if he does, that's super good, because I can buy a sword from him and can easily, on my way back to town, craft new legendary amulet. Once again, a lot of elites. So he wasn't present at this corridor, at the left, so I need to go to the right passage. If you will approach him, you'll see a star on your minimap, like the one you're seeing right now on my minimap. There's also an elite right there, which I need to get rid of. And also those annoying ghosts with crossbows. Alright, so he is dead. Yeah, I will also defeat this level's golem boss, which is further at the top. As soon as he will show himself. Yep, this is the boss of this floor. Not this dungeon though, this floor. Alright, second phase. I got debuffed sadly, couldn't dodge it properly. Most of my skeletons blocked his spikes. And I got a legendary gloves by defeating him. So let's move on to the final floor of this dungeon. You'll see my mana running a bit low that I used to have it, just because those skeletons and elites are not casting high amount of spells, and I do have my energy leech. Energy leech basically means, if you are unfamiliar with this mechanic, all the time that you are getting hit by some sort of a spell, you got a percent of mana that will come back to you. Alright, there is a Musilog the Chillwind. So a Nemesis boss has just spawned on this floor and he is in this area. To be honest, it's not a very good area because, yeah, you can go and try to kite him there, but to the left and to the right there's a high chance that yet more golems will spawn, and also there's a chance that some of them will be elite, from elite variety. If possible, I would like to check this room first and not engage against him. I mean, check for any presence of those popping undead from the ground. Can I do it though? Yeah, fighting him in this narrow passage is also pointless. Like I said, narrow corridor and Nemesis, any boss fight, let's rephrase it, is not a... Yeah, like you see a lot of skeletons just running around there, as well as boss itself. If possible, like, can I lure them here? Alright, boss has just aggroed. Let's move back. That's not good. Not good at all. Because initially I want to use my oils and ointments. Alright, so he de-aggroed. Fine. Let's focus. First, let's use ointments. And then I'll use my oils. This one I have not used, so oils. Oil, oil, 2 oils. Yep. And if something goes wrong, I also have my Ether Shroud. I would have preferred to not fight there, however, but perhaps I will not have a better option, so let's engage. Mark, Warcry, Deadbolt, and immediately a golem just spawned, like you just saw. This is why I do not like this area. He summons some sort of frozen shard. Good thing my skeletons are continuously hitting him. Let's see, shard also. So he does a lot of freezing damage. I do not think this is his last form. Yep, his second phase. Need to back a bit. Safety net, safety first. Let's use this pillar to try to kite him around a bit. Using shout, let's move from his freezing barrage. Once again, I'm using all of my, well, most of my resources. Need to destroy those crystals though, so let's reapply mark, shout. He once again uses this barrage. I do not hit him, sadly. Column took a lot of my force waves just by itself, so he should be dead. Yep. Phew. Sorry if this sounded awfully Arcovian warrant. Infamy gain increased by 100% with Arcovian Undead. Sorry if I sounded a little bit nervous. I just tried to concentrate more on and comment at the same time on what he's able, what he trolled at me. And judging by this encounter, the Cataclysm? Crit elemental damage, alright, elemental damage. What is this? Targo's chest guard, physical and pierce internal trauma. So let me stop for a second and try to analyze this encounter. What happened? So at the first phase he threw those, I'll call it, well, if you're familiar with a spell from World of Warcraft or from Warcraft that Archmage is casting is not Frost, Blizzard. So he uses some form of a Blizzard attack. Those ice shards from the sky which are hitting the ground. That's one thing. The other thing, he does the same attack in melee to hitting attacks in an arc, which applies debuff on your character. That's the other thing. He also, I believe that's all when it comes to first phase. No, he slams, no, never mind. He slammed the ground, and then from him there was a freezing wave which went straight to me. Good thing that I have utilized this column to block some of its damage or to avoid it. That's first phase. On second phase he uses this barrage more often, this Blizzard skill. He uses this wave more often. He also creates 4 crystals which shoots from 360 degree those frozen projectiles which can freeze you instantaneously, so good thing that they could be destroyed. And he also uses same attack from first phase, which is 2 hitting wave attack, as well as his regular attack. In general, when it comes to on what place I will put him when it comes to difficulty, I still would say, well, as a first boss on Ultimate, first Nemesis boss on Ultimate, I'll put him for now at first place. Because on Ultimate I only fought this Nemesis. Alright, a lot of skeletons suddenly tries to join the party. I want to see this merchant. Whether or not I can buy this spectral sword from him.
My inventory is full.
Oh, and my inventory is full. Great. So usually in these circumstances I try to first of all turn off the auto pickup from a mod that I'm using called Grim Internals. I turn off this auto pickup system, and I will throw some stuff from my inventory. And do not worry if you will have to do the same. Why? Because if you defeat final boss at this dungeon, right after him there will be I believe I need the sword. So right after him there will be a lot of chests that you can open, which contains a lot of loot. So do not feel... I need to learn this blueprint to free some stuff. Do not feel that you are in any way, shape or form doing a wrong thing. Let's throw those shields. Yeah, perhaps those one as well. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. This would be more than enough. I do not intend to do it this way. Alright, I'll rearrange the stuff later in the town. Learn this blueprint. And once more. Whoops. I did not intend to pick up back again this stuff. So, let's turn off for now highlights of this rare item. I mean, it still will highlight rare item, just not monster infrequent one. What does it mean? You can actually see it on your quality when you click on the loot filter. It will actually show it to you what type of items you can highlight for you to pick up. So I do need those spectral longsword. Yep, I was right. I can buy it from here. So for crafting purposes, let's buy them. I mean, not them, let's buy one, because to craft even one legendary relic is not difficult, but costly when it comes to resources. A trap right here. I already have those boots, I'll not pick them up. So at this point, I think I'll run straight to this dungeon's last boss, which is Alchemist. I already fought against him on this difficulty. He is not tougher than Nemesis boss, that's for sure. And while I am running there, I will use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who just tuned in recently or watched my stream from the beginning or have watched my previous video on demand videos on Twitch. Video on demand videos, forgive me for repeating this, or my YouTube channel. Nevertheless, welcome. YouTube channel videos. My name is Alexander, also known as Zandrievitz, and I'm playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Ultimate. Ultimate is the last of 3 possible difficulties in this game. I am playing a physical Death Knight, combination between Soldier and Necromancer. And I am wearing full Creek set, as well as Mythical Stonefist Rebuke, and using as my main means of dealing damage, Force Wave, spammable skill with two-hander. If you are a beginner to this game and you want to check out more edited tips and tricks video, in which I have highlighted the stuff, specifically most deadliest attacks from bosses which you will be encountering in your game, or in which parts of the game you specifically need some resistances and which you can neglect, you can check my tips and tricks video on my YouTube channel at your own leisure later on. All of the links are on my Twitch graphs, you can click on either on YouTube or on my social page link. It will redirect you straight to there. Right now my plan towards ultimate difficulty is complete most of its content. I mean the campaign, vanilla campaign as well as DLC. And currently I am running Steps of Torment at the last floor. I have defeated the Arkovian Undead Nemesis. That was my first encounter with the Nemesis on Ultimate. On Elite I had defeated the Upacabra Nemesis as well as Archmage Alexander. Those were Nemesis from Ethereal Vanguard faction and from Beast faction. By the way, I am running and kiting this guy because he has a nasty Blade Arc ability as well as his freeze pool. They both capable of reducing your overall resistances as well as dealing good chunk of damage to your character. So this is what I was talking about when it comes to loot at the end of roguelike dungeon. So remember when I said free up your inventory space, because you will feel this quickly at the end. You'll have 3 chests, and from which a lot of green items, blue items as well as yellow items, should you wish to pick them up, will drop. Let's see if any legendary will be dropping. Yep. 2 legendaries, Runebinder's armor and mythical Gut Reaper. And then mythical chest of Black Legion, epic shield,
I can't carry anymore.
which I cannot carry, and mythical outlaw's retribution. I'll drop in favor of them this two-hander and those pens. And a blueprint called Nimble Crest. Magic medal, let's learn this. I will quickly show you how many you can pick up right at the end. So I fill my... Yep. I had filled my free inventory space and I can safely go to the town. So let's quickly do this inventory management stuff.
See anything you like?
Wait, those swords I will not sell because I need it for crafting. And the rest of the stuff, yep, I'll sell it. Except for legendaries. This is a quest item. If you want to check out my other parts of playthrough, you can do it also. Either on Twitch Video On Demand or on my YouTube channel. If you have any question concerning this game so far, up until this point that I have played in Ultimate, or other difficulties, or concerning this class, you are free to ask them. I will try to do my best to answer them. And this is the final slot. Arkovian. I actually see this for the first time, so I assume that it increases your negative reputation gaining with enemy faction, with which in this case is Arkovian Undead. So that those nemesis will start to appear faster.
Safe storage, no questions.
So legendary weapon. Wait, I have the same. No, it's not the same. It's actually different. chaos and this vitality bleeding. Alright. Another two-hander. Ranged rifle. And then armor. So let me put this armor here. Those boots. By the way, in case someone wants an extra pair of Krieg gloves or Krieg mask, I can safely share with you guys. Because on my character I do not need them. This belt. And those gloves. Have I put everything here? Nope. This one. So this will go here. And also I need to put my scrap away. So now it's time to craft this. Let's type physical. Physical. I am intent to craft this amulet. Mythical Mark of Calaster, because I believe it's better than mine. When it comes to overall resistances, as well as it gives more physical damage in terms of trauma and offensive ability. So I do need runestone and I do need a relic called Haunt. So let's craft Haunt. Let's switch to the other menu. Yep, I can craft Haunt. Wait, what? So you are telling me that I need to craft this one? And then I need to craft those lesser relics once again? Let me double check. Oh, never mind. Phew. Runestone, just need 2 runes. I, for a second, thought that I need to craft those Equilibrium and the other relics from once more. So 1 runestone. Let's type runestone. Yep, I can craft it. And physical. Right, mythical mark of Calaster. Instead of mine. So on mine there was a Warstone component and nothing else. Wait, why is here nothing else? I can put here like what did I put here? Hammerfall powder. And on here Arcanum dust. Perhaps later. So for now I want to put here Wardstone. I do not intend to sell this relic. Wardstone, yep, I can craft it. Good. On second, well, actually, let's see how many resistances will I have if I switch them up. Let's check my elemental. Not that high, so yep, I'll definitely put this Wardstone. So now I have 2930 without proccing my fighting spirit defensive ability and almost 2960 defensive ability.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
Alright. Let's get back to Outcast faction and let's pick up a new quest for Bastion of Chaos this time. I was reading for a second what type of proc have I got from this Mark of Calaster. And she asks me to bring the obsidian from the Bastion of Chaos. I believe there is no inventor here, sadly, so what I'm planning to do, if I can, I'm planning to remove, let me double check, Sanctified Bone, Vitality Resistance, yeah, I'll definitely remove. Or perhaps I'll be fine without it. Let's check. Let's check how things will go. Oh, I haven't. I think I have opened. I thought I haven't opened the waypoint, which is closer to Bastion of Chaos entrance. And I do need to get back and pick up, I believe, 40 scraps to repair a bridge, which leads to Bastion of Chaos. So I will just render for a chance to open my own rift gate. Yep, 40 scrap. So, can I craft Sanctified Bone? I cannot. I need 4 Purified Salt. And I am running low on this stuff, so Sanctified Bone, because less damage from Undead and Ctonics is super important on the place where I'm heading right now. And I do need to grab me some Mankind's Vigil, Black Legion component, as well as can I craft yet another Ugdenbok leather? Let me double check. I can. And right here, the outcast wording. So, once more. Mankind's Vigil. Let's type here. No, let's type Vigil. It would be easier. Vigil. Spirit Guard. Wait, what? I used Black Legion. Yeah, it's Black Legion component. Interesting. What about Outcast Warding Powder? Warding Powder. Oops. Yep, I have it. So, I will remove Anti-Venom and put Sanctified Bone. The same thing, I will remove my Silk Swatch and put instead of it Ugdenbok Leather. So let me do this procedure. I had not used to putting up those magical augments and high level components, so this is why it takes a bit of time to practice all of those things. So keep the item. Yep. And yeah, it removes everything. So I need to reapply the ether as well. I was right about it. So, hooked and buck leather. Right here. Now that's better when it comes to poison. Now, same thing, outcast powder. Right here. And let's remove anti-venom self from my head armor. Keep an item. And instead I'll put on its place sanctified bone. And I need something that will also... Well, the thing is that I do not have Mankind's Vigil with me at this point, so I need to find something to further... This is not the right guy. To further increase either my Ether and Chaos resistance. Or Chaos resistance, excuse me. So if I type Ether... I do not interest in damage. Those are for the shield. Rings and amulets. Those are not the one that I'm looking for. Ether, chaos, resistance, rings and damage. Oh, excuse me, rings and amulets. Lightning ether 7%. Anything more? Applied to all armor. 12% ether resistance. Alright. Poison acid ether. Let's check pierce resistance. And finally, well, nothing there. So I think I'll apply this for now until to its head armor. So let's use it on you. And I do need 40 scraps, I do not forget about it. 40 scraps and yet another skeleton key. Whoops, that's the wrong slot. 40 scraps. Yeah, when it comes to overall picture of my ether resistance, it's not that great, but I will work on applying, let me show it to you exactly, this tainted heart, which can be used in amulets and medals. So instead of those ward stone, and do not worry, I will find another way to increase my elemental resistance. I need to apply this tainted heart on something. So let's actually go to Bastion of Chaos, this time on ultimate difficulty. This is the final roguelike dungeon. Well, if you exclude Port Valbury, which I am not planning to visit anytime soon. Or perhaps ever. So excluding Port Valbury, this is the last roguelike dungeon of vanilla campaign, vanilla game. Hopefully an extra sanctified bone as well as my increased vitality resistance will seal the deal against those chthonic demons. Oh, and hopefully, well, hopefully, I need to be on the lookout for Nemesis in this area, since I believe chthonic Nemesis has been spawned. I mean, it has a chance of appearing because I have reached my Nemesis reputation with this faction. And I need to turn back on my auto pickup, so let's do it. Rare items. I think I'll just add monster infrequent. I do not need to have that many rares at this point. I am wondering if Nemesis will show up, Nemesis boss from Ktoning, where he will show. Alright, Exalted Stash. First legendary from the Bastion of Chaos. And I definitely see the drastic increase from damage when it comes to my new legendary amulet that I had crafted. It mostly comes in the form of Earthquake skill. Oh, and also the Sanctified Bone, I believe itself gives you percent damage against Tonics. Tonics basically are demons in this game. Alright, an elite appeared right in front of my face. I still need to be on the lookout for those vitality damage blasts that those big guys are doing. Especially if they will stack up in a group and will try to fire at the same time. Oh, and a treasure trove. Excellent. Exalted Stash and a treasure trove at the same time. Got another blueprint. Mythical Doomsaw of Gluttony. Be mindful though that in this area you can miss a... Well, should you choose to full clear it, this is an exit from this area, do not click on it. There is a desecrated shrine which you can restore. He will be closer, yep, you see on this minimap. The shrine is closer towards the skeleton key door. Yep, I am still getting a lot of damage from the... If I am standing on those pools for too long. Oh, that's actually new. I do not recall previously, on previous difficulties, green demons popping around here. I believe only at the Ashes of Melmoth they have started to appear, but right now, even at the vanilla campaign, they are popping up. So let's go back immediately. That was an unpleasant shout from there, from those enemies. 4 elites at the same time, Unraveler as well, which means I need to run when he tries to create those pools. Wait, 2 Unravelers? Or he healed himself? Never mind, I'll wait for the pools to run off. So I am getting closer to the Bastion of Chaos. No one here. I need to kill this boss, which guards its entrance. Hopefully I will be able to withstand his damage. To be honest, he is not a heavy hitter on all of the difficulties. But what you saw just right there, do not try to do it against Sharzul. Ever. Alright, into the Bastion itself. So what did I get? Void marked, trained, and weakened. Well, weakened kind of a bummer. I believe to complete this quest, like before, you need to go to the 4th level. Although I will proceed with caution. Because after all, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Despite the fact that I am having better resistances, better amulet, let's not rush it and risk it. Also, I should have checked whether or not a skull has appeared on my minimap, or if it hasn't. Let's see. So far, no skulls. Let's go here. A lot of elites. And those red nasty pools which you need to avoid standing on. Alright, what's here? Some form of a stash. One advice that I can give you also, especially for higher difficulties such as Elite and Ultimate, use your damage mitigation abilities often. Practically, like against every big fight, big groups of monsters, use them. Do not afraid to just spare them if you feel like you are going to head into an elite. Because at this point, as you are seeing right now, even regular monsters hitting pretty hard. You see, I'm using Warcry as well as my Creek Stump and also my Mark of Torment as soon as they are... Well, Mark of Torment not that often, but Warcry and Creek Stump as soon as they are off cooldown. So I do need to go to the next floor, because on the first floor, like I said, you will not have your opportunity to kill a quest mob. You need to dive deeper. Interesting fact, believe it or not, I assume for me it's better to, against those big melee guys, to go right in front of them rather than standing on the distance. Why? Because this, by doing this, I am provoking their auto attack rather than their ranged barrage with those red spheres, against which my character is not that strong. But you can actually provoke the other thing, which was unfortunate there, is that you can eat all blasts right in front of your face if you're not careful. That was good that I have cleared most of them through this barrier. Three Harbingers and Bloodletter. I mean, two. I got trapped for a long period of time, it seems, from one of those big guys. So I need to move to the right. But I am afraid that those demons from behind will actually follow me and block my way of retreating. This is why I stopped and killed them. Alright, this place. Actually, do not stand right at the entrance of the room. Just move in as soon as... And that's a bad usage of Mark of Torment. As soon as you can just move in, because otherwise you can get blocked by those monsters and elite on the narrow passage. This room gives you more opportunity to maneuver. Do not worry, they will not spawn infinitely here. It's just several waves that you need to kill, and after it they will be gone. Yep. So, yep, I need to go back and actually fight them on this narrow bridge. And, like usual, avoid being surrounded. I am hit by internal trauma. Oh, that's because one of them was reflective. Wait, what? I already can't carry any more items? Despite the fact that... Fine. Then I'll do the following, which I explained earlier. Turning off the auto pickup system from a mod that I'm using. And let's drop those green items. Any shield that I have collected. I'll keep this one. Oh, a lot of shields. Should be more than enough, and I'll turn on this rare item A blueprint, another blueprint. Alright. Because I need also space for this quest item. Not because I want to complete this quest that much, just because... Alright, let's get back. And actually fight them here rather than in that room. Yeah, I aggroed some of them, especially those elite ones that have spawned. But not the main quote-unquote bad guy, which is standing right here in the center of the room. Another blueprint. Stone Father Helm. Right? Let's go on to the next floor. So, when it comes to difference between the Ultimate and Elite, I can safely say that even with mitigation skills, mitigation damage skills, and... Well, from my experience, even with mitigation skills and good defensive ability, if you do not have overcap resistances, it becomes extremely dangerous to stand on some sort of debuffs, to have multiple debuffs on you, to stand on them, like in the case with those red pools. Same goes, by the way, for those crystals. So your goal at this point on in the game, if you have reached this ultimate difficulty, from my understanding, is to stack as high as possible different and overcap as high as possible different source of your resistances. Do not worry that much about damage, worry more about your survivability. So in this room you actually can fight a boss, I'll do it, which is Harbinger of Balat. Over dramatic name, if you ask me, who has the ability once more to create pools, summon help, and also create a copies of himself. As long as you drop his HP low enough. Although he's not doing it right now, I do not know why. He did it on previous 2 difficulties. Alright, this one I'll pick. And I already had this. So on this floor you are looking for a monster with a star on it. Trying to oh, I just remembered that I do not need to go here, because I believe this area leads to a dead end. Let's see. And actually, can I... Oh, that's another form of a cheesing strategy. You see me standing here and using Warcry? See what happens with the map HP. Just by using Warcry. Well, Skeleton is also hitting him. I am damaging them just by standing on top of this wall. So yet another form of cheesing strategy would be to gather as much monsters as possible near this line, and then if you have a ranged ability, just use it before entering the room itself. Be mindful though that they could stack up some form of pull effect, debuff effect right at the entrance where your character is standing. So far I do not see a star on my minimap just yet. Alright. Let's enter in this area to see. Oh, nothing there. And my 2 skeletons spawn for some reason in this room. And also, while nothing particular is going on, it's just me clearing those regular quote-unquote trash mobs, I will use this opportunity to once again say for all of those who is watching me right now, as have tuned in recently or watched my previous videos, nevertheless welcome. Another Unraveler. I do need to watch out for his red pulls. Other than that, I should be good to go. So as soon as he creates those pulls, I'll need to move from the way. Those one, two, usually he creates 3. Because any other form of attack I can safely ignore. So, nonetheless, welcome to the stream. If you have any question concerning... I accidentally clicked on the merchant. Concerning builds, game in general, any of the advices that I can give you, feel free to ask. If you have, or if you haven't watched my previous parts of this playthrough and you wonder how and what I'm playing a physical Death Knight, combination of Soldier and Necromancer, with the spammable Force Wave in mind. And I'm wearing full Creek set. You can check the other parts of my playthrough to see how I get to the point where I'm currently is. And if you are a complete beginner to this game, I would strongly suggest for you to check the edited video that I had made, where I have highlighted and elaborated on some of the details that not even seasoned veterans are mentioning, such as some of the bosses' deadliest attacks that they are doing. Alright, I practically shouldn't have went here to fight this guy. I could have fought him through the barrier. So some of the monsters' deadliest attack that they are doing, bosses' deadliest attack, what type of resistances that you need to be on the lookout for, what you can neglect at certain stages of the game, especially at early stages, so on and so forth. So if you have the opportunity to check it, I would suggest for you to do it. It will give you a better understanding of some of the game aspects. Other than that, I am playing at the hardcore and ultimate difficulty. Ultimate is the last out of 3 possible ones. And currently I am at the penultimate floor from Bastion of Chaos. Completing this quest and see what differences are on ultimate difficulty when compared to elite and normal. Not only obvious when it comes to HP and damage, but some particular nuances such as new types of attack. Perhaps I shouldn't have picked them. So perhaps new types of attack, or faster attacks in general, and so on and so forth. So this is what I am looking for when it comes to those differences. Currently, my goal is to complete the campaign on Ultimate difficulty, as well as DLCs, so Vanilla campaign and DLC. And fingers crossed, if everything goes well and I will not lose this character, then I will try to engage in a fight against some of the strongest bosses, like Mug Dragon, Ravager, and whatnot. But that's in the far future. Right now, I need to reach this point. Also, if you like to check precise schedule of either mine Grim Dawn streams or my brother's Darkest Dungeon stream, you can do this under schedule graph on my Twitch channel, on YouTube, on Twitter. All the links are on my Twitch channel. You practically can click on them and it will redirect you straight to the page that you are looking for. So I have cleared the Anarchy floor, and let's go onto the floor where Sharzul is. Boy oh boy, Sharzul is definitely one of the deadliest opponents, if you ask me, from the vanilla game. It doesn't matter on which difficulty you are fighting him, he will always be a great threat in my opinion. Because his ability to stack up resistance reduction as well as do some form of a heavy hitting attack if you are not careful will definitely destroy your character. The only thing that will save you, right from the top of my head, is perhaps damage immunity, full damage immunity. If should you plan to just stand on one place and face tank Sharzul, but I would not advise you to do it. So to reach Sharzul, I need to hit the left areas and then go from the left to the far, from the center to the far left. A lot of tough demons around here, huh? Let's see. Sadly, I cannot cross this area from here, so I need to go further down. The area to the left is definitely blocked once more, so let's use this passage. Well, good thing at least that in those area, in this roguelike dungeon, unlike Steps of Torment, demons are always trying to cast something, so that means my mana regen is actually quite good. Just because I have energy leech from their spells. I can go through here. Alright, so is it a passage to Sharzul already? Or not? I believe it is. So, let me focus once more and let's use ointments. This is a very difficult fight in my opinion. And then oils. I need to use this one as well. So I need to concentrate. Mark, shout, and then creak, and then kite him. So mark, shout, creak. And then go back and start immediately kiting him. Do not get hit by his wave, otherwise he'll reduce your damage overall by 50%. Do anything it takes, but do not get hit by his triple force wave. Crit, shout. I got reduced a lot when it comes to casting speed. Got debuffed, I mean, not reduced. So you see, he stacks something every time. And I got reduced by... I got debuffed by those crystals once more. Need to use Creek Stomp. Let's kite him a bit more. And remind that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, so pop those crystals up, pop every safe option. He should be dead, yep. Achievement, the Bastion conquered, alright. Yeah, those flames as well as his attacks are dangerous. So keep this in mind. Let's see what type of items will I get from his chest when it comes to legendaries. Tranquil Mind. I do not know if it's good or not. Perhaps by the looks of it, it's bad. So I got more blueprints. Mythical Maw of Despair, Ether Damage, Heavy Helm, alright. Mythical Amarastan Pauldrons. Once again, Cadence, Lethal Assault, Blade Trap. Fine. What are those? Razor Glaive, Glaive. So, Bastion of Chaos has been completed on ultimate difficulty. Oh, and I forgot. On second thought, I think I can live without those green items. So, what to do more? Complete this quest and also... Oh, it's the Black Legion, not Black Legion. I thought that there was a bug. Complete this quest and then complete finally the ultimate quest of the vanilla campaign, which is stopping the summoning of Lakhorian. Only this time on ultimate. So once more, as a short version, what has changed on ultimate in Bastion of Chaos when compared to Elite? If you do not have overcap resistances, your damage mitigation skills will not help you to stand on those pools and just dance on them, jump on them, however you wanna call them. However you wanna call it. So that's one thing. When it comes to Sharzul fight, nothing particularly has changed when it comes to Ultimate and Elite. His debuff got higher, his damage output got higher, as well as HP. Once again, I cannot think of any classes that is capable of, especially by leveling, just standing on one place and fight against him. Alright, I get a relic called Doom, Blueprint Relic Doom. Become the Hand of the Fate and seal the destinies of your foes. Mythical relic. Level 90. Physical damage, internal trauma, attack speed, casting speed, vitality, resistance, and +1 skill to soldier. Doom Force. Unleash a physical shockwave so powerful that it knocks down and draws it nearby foes. Granted by item. So I need to utilize it in order for it to take effect. Alright. So... not the relic that I was looking for. I was looking for all around thread, but Doom is, by the looks of it, also fits for now. Well, until I will gather all around thread. I wonder how much it will take to craft this Doom relic, because I am using at level 100, level 35 relic called Juggernaut. So, let's sell all of this useless stuff.
What's left of my wares?
Except for legendaries and this shield. I did not even thought of gathering a blueprint from a quest reward, even on the ultimate difficulty, to be honest. I do not know about those legendary pens. Just spirit and offensive ability? I think I'll sell them, to be honest. So let's put those components into common stash, and I'll check the blacksmith to see what it takes to craft Doom relic. Oh, I forgot to sell this one as well. So those are... this is a shield. Not a weapon that looks like shield, but a shield. Oh, two of them. Alright. And once more, this is actually armor. Oops. And those are legendary boots. See what I'm talking about when your inventory will start to fill up once more, even at the ultimate difficulty. Because I sold most of those low level legendaries and blue/green items, yet still keep collecting more and more.
See you around.
So, blacksmith, let's check.
What brings you to my forge?
Doom. Oh boy. A lot of stuff. So, Torment, Fortitude, Ruination, Empowered, and Reckoning. Well, let's start with Empowered, then Transcended. So, let's say Fortitude. Fortitude. I cannot craft it, so what do I miss? Resilient Plating. Yeah, the thing is that I am missing a lot of those low level stuff. Low level components. Can craft this one, so Fortitude. Alright, one relic has been crafted. What do I need more? Ruination. Weird name. Ruination. I can craft this one as well. Good. The next step. Torment. What do I need for torment? Oh boy. Corruption, squall. Let's start one by one. Corruption. This will take a while, I assume. So, corruption. Molten skin. Or one corruption. I typed it wrong, sorry. Wait, it's the wrong menu, so. Corruption. Then squall. Once again, I'm missing something. Dense fur. Yeah, especially for me as a beginner player, I am genuinely overwhelmed when it comes to how much stuff you are need in order to craft those mythical high level relics. I mean, I do not prepare for the amount of time and stuff that it needs to do all those things. So squall. What more do I need? Guile. Fine. And finally, black tallow. Three rift stone. Alright, since, well, it looks like I'm not going to craft this relic. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, right. And the vendor also left at the same time, come on! Ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. Fine, I am patient player, I will wait.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, because I remember somebody told on Reddit that who has way more experience than me, that from the earlier stages of the game just stack as much those ether shards as possible and tonic seals. Do not waste them on perhaps on just components, and that's it. And I was like, wait, you'll definitely have more in the later stages of the game. You do not need to do it right now. It can wait. And look what happens. A level 100 Death Knight cannot craft, and also does not have enough crafting components. Well, so far this is still a learning process for me. One thing that I will tell the other players who will start this game from the beginning is to stack those components. I mean those ether shards and tonic seal of binding. Do not waste them unless it's needed for better resistances, by crafting a better components for resistances, or ointments and whatnot. And the thing that NPC from the vendor NPC left at the same time when the blacksmith left when I left his trade window and go for completing this quest. Hilarious, if you ask me. So let's go straight for Lochorian, since nothing more that I can do right now. Unless, of course, I'm not inclined to visit Port Wildbury. And, like I said, nope, I will not do so, and I do not recommend anyone to do it. So in this corridor you need to kill this boss. Yep, to be completely honest, it wasn't worth it on normal difficulty that much, unless you count my completion, my completionist nature to complete this quest from Outcast faction. It still wasn't worth it even on the second difficulty. Why? Because on the second difficulty, when I reached Fort Icon... Oh, I cannot click anything here. When I reached Fort Icon, I already had maxed out reputation with Outcast faction, so I wasn't interested that much in her quest line anyway. And when it comes to ultimate difficulty, the only why I had accepted her quest and started doing them, because at the roguelike dungeon you had more opportunities, like Steps of Torment and Bastion of Chaos that I have completed. You have more opportunities to find better items. And as a reward, I did not expect to receive blueprint for a Doom relic. To be honest, most of those rewards from ultimate difficulty from quests were lackluster. If not to say a different word. I would not envy those players whose character is highly dependent from gear that they need to farm in Port Wildbury. Imagine me trying to, or any other player trying to farm his gear in Port Wildbury. His best in slot legendaries, his rings, his weapon there. I am wondering whether or not this class actually exists. Oh, and also one funny thing that I wanted to share is when I first started to play this game and I had... Yep, you wanna know the other sad story? I will tell it to you. Well, sad and hilarious at the same time. I had started my playthrough. Initially, my first character was named Dead Knight, but I started to stream it from the middle of the game, closer to the vanilla endgame content, and completed Ashes of Melmoth DLC on hardcore. And then, after I have beat final boss, I have decided to check what lies on the right road and on the left road behind the last boss room. And if you remember, there is a lot of ether ground there. So on the right passage I haven't find anything, so I decided to check the left passage, and I died. By checking this left passage, I died on ether ground on the right behind the last boss of Ashes of Melmoth DLC. And the sad thing is that there was nothing there. So the exploration got a better part of me. So this is why I was forced to start from the beginning and name this character Dead Knight Legacy. Once again, from scratch, self-found, so on and so forth. And this time I will tell everyone, especially beginner players, not to check the right and left passages. You can count it as a spoiler, but it will save a lot of lives, especially on hardcore. So not to check the left and right passages when you explore the room where the final boss of the Ashes of Melmoth is. Also, one funny thing is when I had played the... I need to turn the auto pickup system back on. When I had played the initial campaign and I did not know how the Ashes of Melmoth will look like, I genuinely thought at first that Ashes of Melmoth will be a better, excuse me, not better, but worst version of Port Valbury. I mean, judging by cutscene, judging by the way how this city was presented in constant green fire and whatnot, I have expected to face same challenges as I faced in Port Valbury. But truth to the matter is, to me, Melmoth looked like, as all of his district, it more looked like a city that had withstood some sort of artillery bombardment or plane bombardment rather than a city that attacked by ethereals. I mean, I have read all the lore notes and I know about the invasion, but still. Yep, exactly. I mean, the cutscene shows it to you like it's in constant fire and whatnot, and you are expecting to have some sort of effects from there, but city looks more deserted and, like I said, destroyed by, I don't know, artillery, plane bombs, however you wanna call it. I have ran into dead end, so I need to turn to the right instead. Interesting opinion. To me, well, the thing is that Forgotten Gods, it's a good DLC, don't get me wrong. It just feels somehow not that connected with main campaign. I mean, your events and the thing that you are fighting there should have more, in my opinion, should have more consequences on overall story of the game. I mean, yes, you are literally fighting gods there, so it feels, and it still feels like after you have done everything, most of the people just look at you and like, well, okay, you have been in some strange places and did some strange things. Never mind, so you just do your thing, continue to do your thing. And also when it comes to lore, like Forgotten Gods is being described like this land was beautiful at the past and then cataclysmic event took place and this god against who you're fighting, I mean, soul power of this god was able to rip and tear this land apart. So after you came to him and after you eventually defeat him, practically, well, you are not defeating him completely, you are chaining him, but still, to me it feels more like you you have witnessed a good side story and nothing else. Yeah, on that aspect, I strongly agree with your opinion. Map design there is alright, reflective. Let's not mess around against this guy. Wait for his aura to turn off, and then I can kill him. Map design is definitely better. So I need to go to the right and then kill this cultist guy. Alright, this was a bad idea. I did not expect an elite again. I mean, an elite as well as this boss. So I need to kite him around as well as get rid of those blood letters. Good thing that my skeleton's tanking some of his damage. So I only need to defeat Lockhorian here. Oh, another elite? So once again I will pop my ointments as well as oils before I will enter this room. Hopefully everything goes well. Well, the thing is, against Lockhorian, on previous difficulties and in general, I think against Lockhorian's, the last boss, most of the problem will come from for those who rely more on auto attacks rather than melee or range casters. So let's go. Let's kill this final boss. And Olgrim goes ham immediately from the start. Yeah, because you see, he immediately creates this red pool right under him. And he has this ability to do those blast spheres as well as... Wait, this is new one? Is this acid belch new ability? Alright, and then I can switch my DPS straight to the boss. Yeah, the thing is, use Mark of Torment on him, clear his tentacles. Phase 3. Let's not stand on this pool. Avoid his barrage of spheres. Again, so he creates 2 pools this time. Alright, so last boss of the original campaign is defeated. Yeah, like I have checked forum and watched some of the YouTube videos. There were some ridiculous stuff like retaliation build, especially I believe physical, capable of destroying some of those secret / super bosses for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, not all of them, but some of them. Like I can give you a perspective. I have watched Elegant's video when he used Shield Breaker, and he did not know what to expect from Kalagadra, and his fight took like 21 minutes, and he used those ointments and oils twice in it. And then I'm watching Retaliation Warlord, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So, let's see what Creed will give me when it comes to reward from this quest. Oh, and good thing that I actually have fought against some of the Nemesis. Well, some. With one of the Nemesis in Vanilla campaign, I have fought against the Undead, Musilok, something. I mean, the Golem that has the ability to freeze your character, either via... Well, interesting to hear that, although I am not aware what a Bomberman is at this point. I haven't checked what kind of combination of classes this is. So let's see.
You've returned. So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy. The cult's defeat at the Necropolis marks humanity's first major victory in this conflict, proving that we are not going to simply lie down.
All right. I got a legendary ring, although I do not know whether it's good or not. Oh, so it's also shield breaker, which means that those bombs, do fire damage. I mean, a lot of shield breaker using fire damage as their main type of damage. I do need to put this thing here and scrap as well as legendary ring. Let's put it here and let's sell the rest of the stuff.
See anything you like?
Except for those. Although 84, sell them as well.
Iron well spent.
I forgot to sell this ring.
Iron well spent.
Alright. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be it for today's stream. I would like to thank everyone for watching. I have done what I plan to do for this second stream. If you want to check out other parts of my stream or my tips and tricks video, you can do this either via my YouTube channel or my Twitch channel on video on demand. Also, if you would like to check out my precise schedule when I'm planning to stream Grim Dawn next, you can do it by seeing the schedule graph on my Twitch channel or on my Twitter, Facebook, same thing with YouTube channel. There you can see my Grim Dawn Plan stream as well as my brother's Darkest Dungeon stream. But nonetheless, once again, thank you for your attention, and I will see you all on the next stream. Take care, guys.